Good morning. Excuse me. Welcome to our Thursday, May the 29th, 2025. This is actually a special meeting, so we actually can take action, but we are continuing our budget discussion. And today we're going to begin with some conversations from the letter we received from the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools and talk a little bit about the status of that particular the funding issues surrounding that. We're, as promised, we're going to discuss and address community grants that have been discussed over the last several weeks, have some conversation about that, and in particular, then any other budget questions and discussions. We got a folder today from staff that goes back and provides some of the information we talked about, particularly in terms of overtime, utility expenses, and a couple other questions that were asked last week. And appreciate that information, and we can kind of have a quick review of it, see if there are any other questions about that. At the end of that time, we'll decide whether we need to meet again on Monday. We have a session scheduled for Monday morning. We'll decide whether we need to have that session. And then at the end of the meeting, we actually have a short closed session to discuss a personnel matter, totally unrelated to all these things, just routine business. So with that said, this is a kind of a regular meeting. I'd like to perhaps ask that we stand, have a moment of silence, and I can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to begin. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At your places, you will actually find a letter from the school district today that was discussed at their board meeting on Tuesday night and arrived today. I think you have an electronic copy received today also. Actually, Vice Chair Wisenhunt and Chantel Robinson and I met with financial consultants, the school board chair and vice chair, and the superintendent yesterday, and had some discussions about kind of where things were. And I wanted to provide just a little context for that, which will actually explain the second paragraph of their letter in a little more detail. In terms of identifying revenue sources, actually the district has found that there are several items owed to them from various sources. I remember one of them, the downtown elementary school actually operates a daycare center. They actually have revenue that's coming back to them from that. They have actually overpaid, and I think unemployment insurance. They expect a refund somewhere in the $1 million+ for that. But the biggest piece is that they have studied their child nutrition fund, and their child nutrition fund from the school district is an enterprise fund. It pays for itself, and basically it is the school lunch and breakfast program for the district. It actually has a fund balance of approximately $12 million. That fund balance obviously is used to begin the year because federal reimbursements for free and reduced lunch do not arrive in the school district for about 2 to 3 months. So they have to reserve an amount to be secure in that. And then the remaining part, they can borrow. They can borrow that money, but they have to pay it back at whatever interest the money would be receiving. And so what it's been receiving and the way it's been invested in some state investment accounts, they would have to pay that interest back also. So it's not revenue, but it's money that provides, a bridge for a period of time that they could restore over time. So that actually could be, they believe that they can provide around $10 million that would offset their $42 million down to 32. So that prompted the second paragraph that says, they'd like a one-time loan for $32 million, and that's why it's 32 instead of 42. And We discussed several issues about options to pay back their debts. One of which is to approach the state. They owe $18 million to the state in overdrafts. And there may be a way that, take a look at their total amount as the state allots them money each year, they could perhaps reach an agreement with the state where maybe $3 million, to give for an example, $3 million, it would take 6 years. Over time, the $3 million would be reduced in their state allotment basically from non-instructional allocation. So the state has about 25 different sources of funding. They could make an agreement, this amount we will give back each year to make the state whole, and over a period of time, which in the amount of money they receive from the state, that is clearly possible and could work. The state superintendent, the state school board chair, and the state vice chair are actually coming to Winston-Salem on Monday. And I think Vice Chair Wisenhunt and Chantel Robinson, our county manager, and myself plan to meet with them late Monday afternoon, and perhaps we'll be able to entertain some of that very discussion with them. Typically, the state has never done anything like that, so I'm not saying I'm optimistic about that solution, but they've never really had a situation like this, and it is a case where the state is not advancing money, they're paying themselves back over time. Well, similarly, the discussion occurred yesterday is that the district believes they have identified additional cuts beyond the $13 million that's been discussed in the media. And they think they actually could even possibly go as high as $20 million in cuts. If our allocation remained the same, which is in the county manager's budget, and assume that were approved, that amount is identified in the letter, in the bullets in the second paragraph. It says, if the county is still providing $180,391,341 based on our proposed funding formula request, then there would be some savings if they actually identified cuts in addition to the $180 million, which is what they're basing their budget on. They would be able to use that to pay off creditors. So that would be an amount of potentially $7 million. They're looking at, you'll see the way they have calculated this a little more precisely. They actually take the 32.1 in the second paragraph, they pick the 14.1 as what's left over, and they say that comes from reducing their $24 million, which is what they owe money. And by the way, we are $5 million of that 24. I mean, they actually owe us for 4 things: resource officers, they have nurses that they pay for us, particularly through our health department, that work in the special education program specifically. They use gasoline for their maintenance vehicles at our pumps, and they also have a very nominal lease for an extension we made to our maintenance garage to cover all of where their mechanics work to take care of their vehicles. So they have a nominal lease for that. So that totals up all of it to about $5 million in terms of what they would owe us. So that's another piece that could be the $5 million that they owe us could, for example, be paid back next year at the time of our allocation. Their increase in the formula, which would probably be about that amount of money, would simply not be made, so that we would be able to recoup that. So the way I look at it, probably the $14 million is actually reduced by another $5, which gets it down to a smaller amount. If they were able to do the $7, they're getting close. So that's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts, but it could become a vehicle for being able to begin to work their way out of it, and they would have to essentially share with every vendor a payment plan, as many times that occurs when people go into bankruptcy or approaching that. They try to work with their vendors to see if they can have a payment plan and pay some interest carrying charges, for that with them. So I think that's that, and they have one vendor that's very large that they still owe money that dealt with substitute teacher, is a contract for a substitute teacher, both hiring them and paying them. So that might be a path forward. A number that is not yet known is of the food service fund balance, which was about 12 million. The reserve that's required and exactly what is left over is not sure. It could be a little higher. And if it is a little higher, then they would be even in better shape on that. So we left that as one of the things they will continue to work on. But there are a lot of issues. Of course, we've got the new interim superintendent will arrive on on Monday. I actually started on Monday. And I hope that she will be at the meeting we have with the state board. She happens to be a member of the State Board of Education, in addition to, after she retired from Wake County, Kathy Moore, she was appointed to the State Board of Education. So that provides another support, I think, to have that relationship with her. And I do know about her work in Durham last year. There was, not last year, but it was actually the year before, some issues. She served as the interim in Durham and was very familiar with the kind of the financial challenges and brings that experience with her. So I think that will be, another, idea, another mind working on this that has done that and has had a lot of experience. So anyway, that's kind of the update on kind of where we are at the moment, that is a potential path forward. Which I think, that all of us certainly want to see that happens. Any other sort of questions about that so far? It's a little hard to maybe follow all that. It's particularly, this letter didn't quite go in that direction, but that's kind of where those numbers are coming from. Any sort of comments or questions about that?
I would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, Terry was with us in these meetings, and she's our CFO. Terry, do you feel comfortable sharing what you think, if this is possible or not possible?
I actually just received a copy of the letter, so I haven't really had time to work through it. I'd like to do that first before I make any comment.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe later.
Yes.
Because Terry had some great input to us about this, and this may not be the entire total, because actually they aren't totally finished with the audit, and this is our second meeting, and it gets worse every time we go, so I don't expect that to improve very much, but I'm glad that you all get to hear some of the things that we've heard, which is disheartening. I've never seen anything this bad. I really have not. And I don't know how they can expect our property owners to solve their problem. I really don't. I think the things in the budget that the commissioners are mandated to do is one thing, but none of this is mandated for us. They talked about how they weren't sleeping at night. Well, some of us aren't sleeping at night either. So anyway, I hope that you all have questions, and hopefully we can answer them.
Other comments?
Thank you. I would say I do understand the frustration behind this situation, and of course, serving on the school board once myself, I know that Vice Chair Wisenhunt has, and Chair Martin has been a superintendent, so we all definitely, I think, collectively have great empathy around this situation. I do have maybe one point of reflection around what Vice Chair Wisenhunt said about their problem. I think it's our problem as a community, and unfortunately, in this space, when one thing happens to the good of the whole, we all have to figure out how to respond to that, ideally collectively. And what I do absolutely believe we should do is to, sit down and talk about guardrails so that this doesn't happen again in our community. But I think that from my vantage point, I would just like to, be authentic that, I'm not in support of creating a new tax increase that is something that our community definitely cannot handle. But I think I'm interested in having a conversation around what minimally can we do as a county. And maybe that is, a small tax rate increase, or maybe it's something else. But I just think doing nothing is going to create residuals that even if you don't have children in the school system, even if you don't think this is your problem, you will feel the effect when you don't have a strong public school system, through crime, through people not wanting to come here to live, do business. So I hope that at some point we can figure out how to be collective in trying to resolve this problem. But I do have one question around the cuts that the superintendent alluded to. And my question is around, would any of these cuts be to teacher positions? I think that we have been, very cognizant of the teachers coming to our meetings and being in the community around the fear of losing their jobs, especially as it relates to maybe any additional positions beyond what the state has allocated based on their per pupil status. So I'm not sure when she says cuts, does that mean teacher positions or those other kinds of positions?
I think I can at least comment on that. In the last 2 years, their state allotted positions that are paid for by the state have reduced each of the past 2 years. So whatever that number is, they must do that first. I mean, that's the first part. And the second part, I think she actually has looked at an increase in class size. They've looked at if you increase class sizes by 1 K through 12, or you can do it 1.5, you can do it 2. It's just how you work out your number. You can look at all those numbers and see how many teachers that amounts to. Then that could be probably as high. I mean, I'd say the teachers so far may be in the upwards of 200 plus. And I'd say the next, if they do the class size part, pretty easy to do another 150, 200 also. I would say that I would speculate, and I do want to mention speculate, that their turnover among teachers from 1 year to the next, just through attrition, is probably in the 350, 400 range. So it's not easy to actually, I mean, you may not have to reduce a single teacher. No one loses their job. You do it by people leaving through attrition. But people don't leave in the licensed areas that you need them. So you do have to end up taking the staff that remains, and you have to assign them differently to make sure you cover everything. And quite frankly, in some hard-to-fill positions, particularly in the high schools, you may be short. If you lost 4 math teachers, for example, in that process, you have to adjust. It's a very hard process. Went through it once with 120 teachers, and it was at a time when the district was actually larger. Turnover was less, however. And we were able to do it without anyone losing their job on 125. This is a bigger number, I think, as she's looking at, and it will be hard. And I'm not going to underestimate that, but they may be able to avoid a reduction in force policy implementation, but that remains to be seen. And I will make it clear that their board has not approved these cuts. They've discussed a lot of them on Tuesday. They have not approved them, and to go as deep as she suggested to get to 20 million, there's no question you've got to go into increased class size and reduce teaching position. I mean, there'd be no question. You could never get there without that. They're looking at it, and there's a lot of moving parts, and I do think that the new interim has had some experience with that, which will be. I think she'll bring a new kind of flavor to that, and as she looks at it, and appreciate her comments that were in the newspaper today. So, other comments?
Thank you. Since since the school board has made a formal request now, and we've received the description of what exactly they're asking for, I'd like to go ahead and say publicly what I've been saying in individual and formal discussions all along, that I believe that taking money from fund balance to cover the system's shortfall would be financially irresponsible, and we would jeopardize the county government's financial standing. We would certainly tank our bond rating. We can't afford to do that, and so that's a hard no, I think. The second option included in the letter, while it has a lot of complex moving parts in the description, sounds to me basically like the $180 million that is in the county manager's recommended budget, with the anticipation that they would be working to come in with an operating actual expenses for the year somewhat less than that, and be able to apply that to means of dealing with local vendor and other debts. But the bottom line is that the county would be providing the $180 million under the formula request, which the county manager recommends and was contained in the school board's original budget request to us. I think that's fine. A couple other things that I'd like to throw out in terms of comments. I have suggested that we needed to substantially up our monitoring of the spending by the system. I don't like to have to do that, but we have a recent, basically 3-year history of things not being done properly. And while I am optimistic that they are in the process of transitioning to a far different approach, I think, at least on an interim basis, we need to be getting monthly reports detailing what funding they've gotten in, what they actually have spent, and connect the dots there, funding source to eligible expenses, just so that we are not surprised again by a problem at the end of the fiscal year. And I would apply that same approach to the Article 46 supplement funding that we release on an incremental basis, so that we know that that was used accordingly 1 month before the next month's increment is released. And finally, one thing I want to throw out that there have been informal discussions about, but there's no consensus that I've heard. I would ask if there is interest in a small additional increment on the tax rate, perhaps even a 1/4 cent small, that would be put in a special fund for teacher salary supplements that we could release to assist in teacher retention and recruitment during what I would expect to be a problematic period, including teacher reassignments as part of their budget options that they're considering. And that's a query to other members of the board, whether there would be any interest in considering that.
Other comments?
So
Go ahead, I'll take it.
I would like to chime in. If I had to describe this situation in a theme, I would say that I've been hearing hard choices, and hard choices have consequences. And because of those consequences, it affects the constituents that are in District A. Those are the ones that are most problematic, our constituents in that, in my district. So I hesitate relative to us not having all the information as things continue to unveil. The numbers are changing. There's not any proper policies and procedures, even on our ends, that we are protecting the constituents, the voters, the taxpayers. So it's hard for me to just agree right now. We need, I'm piggybacking on some of the other commissioners, we need checks and balances. And I'm looking forward to see what's the new superintendent and the CFO will bring to the table relative to the school board. And I've watched some of their meetings already, and as it was already previously stated, they haven't even agreed to any of these suggestions coming from the superintendent. So it's hard for me to make a decision to say yes to any of these options without having the consensus of the board and their direction. Thank you for allowing me to share that.
I'll go ahead. I'll take that.
So I do want to maybe respond to a couple of the comments that Commissioner Bessie had around one. I do want to clarify that, talking about a tax rate increase obviously would be for a 2026 year, and the school district has 2025 problems, which is primarily what this letter is about, and there are 2026 problems. And I know sometimes it, connects in my head, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forget that it's 2 different years that we're talking about, and I'm sure that it can get just as convoluted out in the public. So I do want to be clear that this letter is about a shortfall that the school district has right now, and what are we going to do? And I absolutely agree with Commissioner Bessie, and I think the consensus on this board, our fund balance is, and I use the analogy of if you're on the plane, before you put the mask on somebody else, you have to put it on yourself first. Then you can help someone else. And so I think that there is consensus that our fund balance is not an option. And that is because of some practices that we now realize that we have to do differently. So that leads me to the next point, that I'm not interested in overseeing the school district because they need to assess and clean up their practices, because we are doing the same thing, but thank goodness at a way lesser degree. But I don't want us to sit high and judge low. That's my fear. I don't think we're there, but I'm starting to feel a little, like we are judging them for a problem that they definitely need to clean up. But it is not our role as commissioners to start checking their budget once a month. I think as it relates to when it's budget time, we are that much more, I would say, intentional around looking at their finances to make sure that there is synergy and good practice so that we don't lead down this path again. So I do want to make that statement, and I think it was, and so there was the last point, Commissioner Bessie, about maybe a quarter of a cent to tax increase for 2026. And so that's that other part of maybe how some of us confused around. We're talking about 2 tax years. And I would really like to know position-wise, because before we can talk about another teacher supplement, do we have pound for pound enough positions filled? And I do think, Dr. Martin is, being very strategic around, you can utilize, the issue with attrition to compensate for, the positions that you need beyond what the state allocate you, right? So I'm interested to know, what the school district has as a final need for 2026 that we could try to help support, basically around position need, not anything additional like a supplement, but how can we stop the bleed for the loss of specific positions if it goes beyond per pupil and beyond, hey, we have a strategy to fulfill with other positions that, that are still vacant. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is clearly not an endorsement, but I was told there would be no math, and I tried to follow your exercise in chiseling down to, I got to $9 million possible, and then you mentioned something about a further possible food reserve adjustment that is...
Could be more.
Could be
They've
more.
already estimated some, it just could be more.
Okay. So the question, without any endorsement, purely for academic reasons, is $9 million would convert to what sort of number of pennies if there were a tax increase involving that?
About 1.5,
Okay. 1.5 cents,
roughly.
sir?
Yes.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
$6.5 million a cent, so it's about 1.5.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
Because I thought that the bottom line on the second option was just the 180. Just the 180. Not any additional tax increment.
That's what the letter suggests. However, they want to try to be able to, it is contingent upon the school board's ability to reduce their budget lower than the 180. And every dollar they reduce lower than the 180, they could apply to debt. So the amount of debt that if we gave them a year's pass on our debt, the way these numbers at the moment appear is that they would owe about $9 million in debt. They would have to reduce beyond their current $13 million, which gets you to the 180 that we have. They're still $13 million above 180. They'd have to get to that and then go beyond by another $9 million to get it taken care of in a year. So the superintendent yesterday said they thought they could get to 7, was her comment. So that leaves $2 million out. But $2 million out is a lot different story as we look at things. But there are a lot of things that have to fall into place.
Well, I should just be clear that I am not endorsing any particular way of dealing with the $5 million they owe us. That, I have not seen the details of what that would do to the county budget.
My suggestion on that is a pretty simple one, is that we have a funding formula that basically the school district gets a share, a proportionate share of our new money in a given year. We have estimates on new funds, and that's in property tax and sales tax, a total amount. This year, that number was a little higher simply because we had some one-time money we converted into continuing money. It was about, I'm going to say 7 million, correct me if I'm wrong, 6.5 to 7 million additional money over last year. So you would anticipate that next year the additional money would be close to that. It may be 5. So whatever that amount is, we just don't give it to them. We keep it, and we're whole. So that occurs at the beginning of next year, on what their growth pays that debt.
Again, I would like to hear the analysis.
Well, we don't know what the calculations will be for next year because we don't know what our projections for tax revenue will be next year. I'm just applying in broad strokes. It was about 7 this year, and that has a couple wrinkles in the conversion of some one-time money that we gave. We paid for radios, for example. We paid for something else that was one computer refresh. We did 2 things directly, and the staff recommended just rolling that into recurring dollars, and that ended up that they got a little bit more in this transition year.
My suggestion would be, if we don't have to deal with that as a part of the budget, as in how we address payment or repayment of the $5 million that the county is owed by the school system. If we don't have to address that in the budget and have time to review its impacts separately, I would recommend
We don't have to do it. We don't have to address the 5 million. We don't. I will suggest to you that, and as Terry's probably sitting there, wheels spinning, that what if it doesn't happen on June 30th, our fund balance will be, if we're on budget as predicted by the county manager's revenues and expenditures, we'll be 5 million short, and so our fund balance will decline by 5 million on June 30th. But if on July 15th we correct that in a sense with the anticipated additional revenue and keeping that and not giving it to the schools, we essentially restore that.
And Terry can correct me if I'm wrong. I think as long as we receive it by September 30th, then we can apply it to this year, correct?
It will be considered revenue for fiscal '25, but it will not be in the portion of fund balance that the rating agencies look at, because it will be receivable at June 30.
That's correct. Good.
So we can definitely figure out, I mean, because we give them money, we can figure out a mechanism to restore ourselves, however the board would like to handle.
Yeah, that could be done. I have a couple things at the end, but I want to
Yeah.
make sure everybody's had a chance to speak.
Well, just let me say, I think that this conversation is premature. And Commissioner Wilson, this is what is called fuzzy math, and you haven't seen the end of it yet. I promise you there's more to come. And I think it's premature for us to even discuss. We're going to have a meeting with the state. I still contend that the state should step in with the portion that the school system owes them. That's a state problem, not a county.
We're assuming that, and that's being assumed.
Right, right. And I just think all of this, I'm glad that you all have seen this, and I saw it for the first time when you all did. It was discussed a bit yesterday. But I kept saying to the superintendent, I said, did you never see anything that sent up a red flag? And basically she said no. And the school board members, the chair and vice chair, said they would get reports and look at them, and to them, the reports looked fine. It was all bogus. Everything was bogus that the school board was seeing. It's terrible. It's terrible what that man did to this county and to that school board. And I still contend he should be held accountable somehow or other. I don't think the county and the school system should have to do this unless he's held accountable for something, because something went on that is is more than fuzzy math. There's something went on that we don't know about. But I still contend we need to have this conversation after we talk to the state and after we know completely what is owed, because I do not think these figures are the last figures that we will see.
So if I may ask a question to the chair and vice chair, because you're the ones meeting with the school board members, the chair and the vice chair, what documents are you looking at? What budgets are you seeing, or are you just getting verbal information from
Verbal.
them? Yeah, and that's, in my opinion, if I was in the room, I want to see line by line. I want to see the contracts. I don't have to actually see the person's name, but you're right, it's fuzzy math. I mean, we can't get to a resolution without seeing those documents. And it's not an oversight, but it's responsibility. We're accountable. It's us being responsible.
Right.
So when you go back, if you would, share with them that we need to see an actual budget. We need to see those contracts. We need to see line by line items. That's what we need to see. Thank you.
Richard, you want to contribute? You want to say anything else?
Well, I'm just trying to sort out what it'd be okay to say and what it don't be okay. Politically correct. I thought about that yesterday, trying to be politically correct today as I can. But
Mr. Chair, just one more, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
no, I'm not done
Okay,
yet.
now, I
I'm just
apologize.
getting ready to start. I was just warning you, that's all. Whenever it appears to manager and the chair and the vice chair that we have been provided with all the information that can be found about the situation, then that's when I'd be inclined to look and see what that the county might do. But as and I'm not suggesting they can do anything. The fund balance has already been mentioned. Our county budget that we're working on is difficult enough as it is, and the biggest part of the tax increase is to deal with our own fund balance. What is suggested that we need to do. So I just don't think there's much, well, there's not anything there that we can do. I think that's just set over to the side and have to be looking for some other place. It seems to me what I believe that the schools has three sources of funding: the county and the state and the federal. We have no control over what the state does, and apparently the state must have some kind of accounting system that can, I don't know how, have no idea how it would work, but it's got to be happening that school systems can keep drawing over it, but over their allocation. It looked like to me there's plenty of smart mathematicians in Raleigh. If we could let you go at any time to help them, Mr. Chairman, we might consider doing that, or I would if it would help them out. But part of this is due to that's the state. It looks like to me that's state school system, and whatever we have no control over the federal part of it. However they draw down on that, whenever the allocation is drawn to, it looked like it'd have some mechanism that the flag would go up even if it didn't stop it right then. Whatever may be overdrawn, that's the county part, then I guess somehow we'll have to try to figure out to do what to with that. And that $5 million you're talking about the lease that they owe us. We give them that, appropriate that money to them to begin with, to be able to pay us back, and somehow, well, they're probably not going to be able to do that, so that'll be something we'll have to maybe set aside too. And at this point, as far as the county's part of or what was allotted to the school system, the county, has enough work been done to know whether the numbers that was appropriated for the current year, whether them dollars is been, or if they've spent anything it's supposed to be coming from the county beyond what the county budget is for the school system. Is there enough been done on it to know that yet?
So what I will say is we have sent them their monthly allocation. So we've not gone over on the allocations that we were supposed to provide to them. So I'll take this kind of in two parts. The $5 million that they owed, they've just not paid us for invoices that were sent. We've never had an issue with them not paying us before. No real red flags went up because, quite honestly, governmental entities are always slow to pay us back, but by the end of the year, we reconcile. And so it's never been really an issue. We did advance them funds for May and June so that they could make payroll. And had we not done that, educators would not have been paid. So moving forward, we certainly, have recommendations of us not basically withholding the money for things they owe us for, like school resource officers and nurses. There's ways in accounting where we can make sure they're not having to pay us back, where we just don't send them that portion of the money, if that makes sense. They did overspend. Not that we sent them more money, but they did overspend in terms of whatever cash they had available. And they used, I will say it's my understanding, they used different accounts to pay for different things. And so while we sent them funds for things like school resource officers and other things, they used those funds to pay for other items that they should not have spent that money on. So there are a lot of just kind of accounting practices that they are going to have to rectify. I hope I answered that question. And so on the local side, they've overspent by $24 million, and the majority of that, it's my understanding, is what they're going to owe vendors.
Well, the advancement that you're talking about, you'd already, that's been sent, is that over what the allocation was for the year?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
And they
Well,
spent, excuse me. Go ahead.
How much do we have approximately left, the school's allocation for the current year we're in, that has not been expended or sent to them?
We have sent them everything for this fiscal year.
So there's no more to spend, no more for us to send
That
right
is
now.
that is correct.
And they spent fund balance without the permission of the school board. The school board did not vote on it.
That's all I have right now.
Just another comment. I have a couple at the end. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm looking at I just want to put on record, not to be, put more gas on the fire, but, I think that, the hard conversation is, I don't know if there is willful negligence or just, I'm not from North Carolina and I have no idea how budget and the school budget law works. And I'm just, paying for stuff out of accounts that can't be paid for. So I'm looking at the Hurd, Eisenhower, and Lopes information that was sent to us, public document, page 2 of 3 if you have it. So I'm gonna give you an example of something that throws a major red flag to me, who have, I would be in a class with maybe someone like Dr. Martin teaching me about school, finance, right? So it's 101, what you can't pay something for out of a restricted account. So the special revenue fund, this is out of the findings of this consultant firm, is in a deficit of over $2.9 million. This is resulting in the district using the special grants with restrictions to cash flow the district non-restricted expenditures. However, the special revenue fund is over budget by $10 million in total due to the payment of operating expenses such as utilities and insurance. So essentially, you took grant money and paid for utilities and insurance. And that's just 101, you can't do that. So I'm not sure where the disconnect with something like this is. And this is really the first time I focused in on this part of the findings, if you will. But I think that, lastly, based on what Vice Chair Wizenhunt is saying by way of CFO operations, there may need to be some kind of investigation around the practices that were used. I'm not sure willingly or because of ignorance, but it's just, building up more and more around, there was a scenario where the CFO of record at the time was just making what I would call, basic 101 mistakes or, just intentional acts, without regard to, statute here in North Carolina around school budget law.
Just a couple of comments based on some of the things that have been said. First of all, the issue of monitoring that has been mentioned a couple of times. I did read in the paper that the school board certainly has, their reaction is exactly the same. They want a better monthly monitoring system and a monthly financial report. And I think they would be more than happy to share whatever report they have with us. And there's certainly, that would be appropriate. I think from a...
Chairman Martin, before you go that far, I would just like to make a statement, because if they don't know what they're looking at, how will they know the information that they're getting is correct, sir?
Well, I'm hoping that from this point forward, that they will have a knowledgeable person that will be able to be in that office and be able to provide them data that they feel comfortable about. They've had a finance consulting firm going through stuff now for 2.5 weeks. I think they're beginning to get to the kind of the where they are accurately. And from that point forward, I think it can be reestablished where you know exactly what's happening. I mean, because then you're not making up things, you're having verifiable data that's coming in that you're able to look at.
So for me, in fairness to me, when I'm making decisions, I need to see what they're saying. I don't want PowerPoints, I don't want slides, I want an actual budget that I can look at line by line.
I was suggesting that whatever report the school board creates, it would be appropriate for them to share with us.
I agree. Thank you.
And then we would have that information that is not burdensome on them nor meddlesome.
Fair.
It's simply, we would have it. I think the one thing that we do have some meddlesome potential on is the Article 46 money. And that is, in fact, Kyle Fools tries to monitor that, because that is in our ordinance with a designation for teacher supplement. And we've had, in, I guess, one of our work sessions recently, had a discussion about who is a teacher in that. There are people that are classroom teachers. There are people who work with children in schools that are quote-unquote not teachers, but they're paid on the teacher salary schedule. There are complexities in that. And it's important that we get that. I think we do need to, because I do have a little worry that after all that we have seen, that some of that money may have crept out into some other place. And I think it's a matter of, because we haven't reconciled this year. We reconciled back to last year. So I think there's some issues we need to, at least I think it's sort of like a double look or double down on that, because we have directed that specifically. And that is something that has been a part of our, since that tax was created in 2020. So I think that's an important point. So I think the monitoring side has that, that's just a thought. There were several comments made about, excuse me, cleaning up our own house. And I do want to make it really clear that for the 2 years prior to this, we have used some one-time money to balance our budget to avoid a tax increase. And if we had not moved those dollars, then we would have had probably a minimum of 2 to 3 cents each year, because the assessments were lower it would have taken, if it took 4 cents this year, it'd have probably taken 3 cents each year. It'd have probably taken 6 to do that. So those would have been, so the taxpayer has received the benefit of no tax increase for the past 2 years. But the review and revamping of how our fund balance has been handled during this year, I think I think the word that our county manager has used more than once is a structural correction to how we manage our budget. I think that's been done. It just changes because we didn't call those dollars the same way as a lot, names and nomenclature is important. We didn't call them that way. And so we have adjusted to that. And it's not like we have been cleaning up our house, so to speak. We have avoided tax increases for 2 years. And there was a price to pay that was not paid then that's now going to be paid. That's just a fact, that part. So I think that just kind of needs to be said. In terms of Commissioner Bessie's comment, about the quarter cent increase for teachers, I do understand the teacher issue. This is a tough year, and it's not their fault. Teachers did not create this problem, and there will be adjustments they'll be hard to bear. And I think, some of that would be good, but I do want to put it in perspective. I took $6.5 million for 1 cent, multiplied it times a quarter cent, and I used 3,600, Kyle, as kind of a rough number that we're paying supplements. That's just what I use. It may be 37, whatever it is. At 3,600 people, that's $451 a piece. So it's not like it's nothing. It's not nothing, but I want to put it in perspective. It's not thousands. It's $451. It could be a little. If it's a few more teachers, it could be a little less. And similarly, because we're going to discuss some community, I just did a little calculating. I actually did this ahead. I've double checked too many decimals. But if you have a $300,000 house, this $300,000 house, for example, a quarter cent, for example, is $7.50 a year. So it's not a huge tax increase. And the penny and half issue that would actually be what Commissioner Wilson was talking about would be $45 for a $300,000 house. Basically, if you did a penny and half to try to provide additional dollars available so that debts get paid. I mean, if we wanted to do that and clean that up, there's a way that could be done. That's kind of what it would cost. So, and I think I appreciate Commissioner Linville's point about sort of set this aside at the moment. I mean, there's still a lot of moving parts, but I think with the amount of emails we're receiving in a lot of different directions and media attention, it's important that we at least talk about where we think we are and what some of those dynamics, may be. And this is one of those problems, I think, that it takes weeks to begin to get to an answer, and there are a lot of people that have to give information. The state is very critical in this. And I think that, I hope that the discussion today is evidence that, we're trying to move toward a solution that protects our fund balance, hopefully avoids a tax increase, and figures out a way for the school district to go forward. Now, there's some variations in that could be smaller amounts of tax increases to do something, and that's obviously the prerogative of this board to do that. I mean, that is something that could be done. So I think that's important. I will say this, just one comment, that prior to all of this, what I had just personally hoped, I'd love to see our teacher supplement for at least a year be the highest teacher supplement in this state. I'd love to see that. And we're probably pretty close. Actually, Kyle Wolf has done some calculating. We talked about this 6 months ago. And he did some calculating. It would have taken about $1.50 cents of tax increase under the current plan to actually get us close to that. We wouldn't be able to keep that ranking, but we would be there. And that was before I thought we'd be able to take a revenue neutral rate, have a penny and a half increase for the teacher supplement, that'd have been a great thing, and go forward. And I've shared that with, that's not, I've been a secret, I've shared that with several people before. I'd love to see us be able to do that. But since we have a lot of uncertainty surrounding us, plus we're already experiencing, a 4.5 or 4.2 cent tax increase, I've kind of put that aside, and Commissioner Bessie has mentioned that part, and I do understand that, and that is I really do. I mean, I'd like to see us be able to do it, and I think it's going to be, that would sort of, nothing makes a pill go down better, but probably a little more money would make you, it'd be a little better feeling. But it's a tough environment, and let me just say this, is there anything else that anyone else would like to say? So, keeping your mind, the back of your mind, whether we need to have any more discussion Monday, that's another one of the pieces in here. I don't think we'll have any new information about Monday. As far as this goes. All righty, so I think we have covered that topic. Now, we've had some discussion about community grants, moving to another area that we've had a lot of discussion in our work sessions, and we had, I don't know ever how many people that spoke a week ago Monday, 70 some odd people, as I think I counted the number on my list. And most all of them spoke about some benefit to community grant issues. We've had that kind of discussion. In fact, the amount, as I recall, is $1 million. What we discussed before, back during the 6 months ago, I'm thinking it was $1,849,200. Which was the exact amount that we spent, actually budgeted and spent last year. You all know we had a committee. We asked for grants. We agreed to adopt the format of sort of the ARPA grants and a more mirror that process better, and have our people do the checking, our people do the reviews, and they provided us a recommended list for $1,849,200. They also notified all of the people who submitted grants, told them they were not recommended or they were recommended, and that probably took place 7 or 8 weeks ago. And we've had the discussion. We realize that this impacts a lot of people at various levels with a lot of different agencies that do a lot of good work in this community. I probably, just listening in our last session, the last work session, just listening to comments that were made, I think there may be 4 people who would agree with restoring that level, for community grants. And we've had a lot of discussion about if we did that, how would it be paid for? The tax increase that county managers provided us would be 0.28, and you'll remember my discussion of if it was a quarter cent for teachers, it'd be $7.50. Well, 0.28 is $8.40. To give you an idea, on the house, it's valued at $300,000, which is more than the average house value or median house value in the county. So, just to get this off, and we can have discussion, but I'm prepared to make a motion that we restore that amount of money, direct the county manager to include expenditures for $1,849,200, and that we correspondingly have a tax increase of 0.28 to cover that. I'd see if there's a second for that. Second. I have a second by Commissioner McDaniel. Now, I imagine there will be considerable discussion, so open the floor to discussion.
Well, I would just like to offer in the budget, last year, our budget ordinance, which the commissioners passed, and it talked about our grantees. In section 15, it says the Board of Commissioners is concerned that the county's strong financial conditions at present may create an unrealistic expectation among some grantee organizations that county financial support will continue indefinitely or regularly increase in the future. There may also be a perception in the community that the county is always a likely source of financial assistance for various capital funds which counties are required by law to provide. Because the county's revenues are very responsive, changes in the local economy, even a slight economic downturn might require a reduction or withdrawal from the county support for such organizations. And that was voted on and approved. Future grants, the county has limited resources and must prioritize our obligation required by law. This grant does not guarantee that the county will fund the grantee in future years. If the grantee experiences any material changes in its financial support, or if there is any change which threatens its ability to carry out its mission or its services set forth in Section 1, it must notify the county immediately. And there's several other paragraphs that talk about the funding and how they are not guaranteed. And you all voted on this and approved it last year.
Other discussion?
So, point of clarification around this motion to bring back the special appropriations as a part of the recommendation, which would mean, as I have experienced in previous years, the commissioner still will have to vote to decide whether or which community grants actually make it in the final budget. Is that?
That would be correct.
Yeah. And so let me say why I asked this, because I do have some, obviously, until we kind of deal with the repercussions of, our public school system, I just, think we're putting the cart before the horse to talk about special appropriations, and public school is on the line. Like, I don't, that is very, very concerning. And the point that we are in right now is that we just don't know enough to know what will actually be needed to support schools this year and obviously going into next year. So the special appropriations for next year, and we don't kind of know, what kind of assistance our school district will need. So that is my main, reserve around trying to allocate special appropriations. But I will say there are components in special appropriations that I'm concerned about. So for instance, feeding our seniors. I wanted to, of course, ask about that as it relates to, senior services having dollars that's kind of outside of the dollars that's in our budget. And I think I saw some funding from, another grant or something that possibly, could we use to support the Shepherd Center. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because it's not time right now. But senior services, veterans, those kinds of things, I'm, very open to trying to figure out how to support. But, I'm going to stand strong around until, we can figure out ultimately how we are going to support public school. I think that we do a disservice to our community overall to try to support special appropriation of community grants. But I am willing to put this back into the budget with the understanding that we will have the final vote to not, include absolutely not as much that's, before us as a request.
Yeah. I do support the motion, which I understand to provide a cap, 1.89 million.
849.
Pardon?
849.
Yes.
849.
I'm sorry, 1.849 million as a cap and that we would, in fact, have further, at least individual consultations before coming back with a final proposed list of which community grants are provided and for what amount. And it would, let me say, not break my heart if we dropped below the 1.849 million total. I do think that there are a number of the community grants that provide essential services that we should be funding on an ongoing basis, and some of which, including the Senior Services Meals on Wheels program, it used to be under departmental budget item, not as a special appropriation or community grant. I would love to see some of this move back to departmental spending, but that's a longer and more complex discussion than we have time between now and when we need to adopt a budget. In broader brush, we do not have the legal luxury to put off our adoption of a budget beyond June 30, and I personally don't see any real value to our putting it off later than June 5. We know that we are not going to know everything about the school system's situation by June 30, but we can know that we have in our budget $180 million for the school system. And that is what they would have from us guaranteed for the coming fiscal year. We are having to make multiple public priority decisions in the budget, not just the schools, as critical as that is. We are having to make decisions about funding for public health, public safety, and our other obligations in the same budget and at the same time. This is dollar-wise, that is the community grants, dollar-wise, a far smaller portion of our budget than any of those others that I mentioned. Unfortunately, it needs to be resolved on the same timetable. So I support the motion with the understanding that the 1.849 million is a cap, not a guarantee, and we may come back with any amount lower than that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I understood your motion to be a specific number, and that was seconded. Commissioner Bessie has indicated a cap. I just want to make sure you all know which motion you're voting on.
I'd be happy to amend my motion to authorize up to $1,849,200. And is there? I'll ask Commissioner McDaniel if she agrees with a second.
Second.
All righty. Now, is there further discussion?
Well, I would just like to say that I think this is, it's astounding to me that you all want to raise taxes even more. It looks like to me that the only people who are going to suffer from this school drama and the county drama are the taxpayer. I cannot believe that you all cannot call a halt to community grants for 1 year. That's just amazing to me. Our staff and our departments, everybody has gone through and cut their budget. The people who provide the services for the county have cut their budgets. And you all cannot say to the community grant folks, we're going to have to stop 1 year. We all are going to have to suffer for 1 year. This is just amazing to me. I'm sorry.
I'd say my only response to that is that probably we could get the exact date, but I'm going to say probably around 8 weeks ago, we sent a letter to every person who applied for a grant and said that these were staff recommended or not recommended in this year's budget. So in a number of these organizations, that $20,000 or $24,000 means a lot, or that X amount of dollars means a lot, I think they have relied in their thinking for their services that was something that's likely to happen. They got a letter from the county
Right.
that the committee of staff recommended this. And I'd say if this board wants to do away with community grants and say there'll be nothing, then that needs to be actually where people know a year in advance to plan. And then if that were to pass, that's it. On the other hand, this board could also say simply that we're going to have, the staff prepared a comparison of the other urban areas. And that point, it's 0.3 is about the average. 0.3, I want to emphasize, 0.3% of the total budget. I mean, we have a $595 million budget proposal. We're talking about 1.89 million.
We are Forsyth County, we're not any other county. We have Forsyth County problems this year. And you voted for the budget last year, and you voted for this ordinance that said they are never guaranteed. We discussed it before we voted for the budget, and that's what it says. So you want to do away with that ordinance?
Oh, no, because
Well,
it says
you're
every
not
year,
following it.
every year we make a decision. No, we're following what we choose to follow in that regard. This is simply saying, our letter, it may have said something that qualified it somewhat. This is recommended, but it's subject to approval. But it's been approved every year for the last probably 10, 15 years. So I just think that a lot of organizations that provide good work, I think Commissioner Bessie's already pointed out, I suspect that all of us have some agreements or disagreements with the recommendations that were made. And there can be some discussion about that should this motion pass. But I just feel like the notice is too late for organizations, and I think this falls into the category of doing the right thing. Now, the other part of it is, for me, if you all heard my questions, which I mentioned, I asked a number of questions about the estimates of revenue in our budget. There's always unknown factors in what we're projecting for next year, no doubt about it. Those unknown factors can be positive or negative. This amount of money, I actually considered in thinking about this, actually suggesting that to make it actually, to include in this motion, a part that would say, should our fund balance grow this year by more than this amount of money, we definitely reduce our taxes by this amount of money. I think this money is absorbable in the existing budget. But I have heard staff recommendations so strongly, and I'm just not going to argue that point anymore. But I have my personal feelings about how I think this would work in the budget play out. So I'd have no trouble saying if the fund balance were more than that, then we reduce taxes by 0.28 next year to do that. But I realized that was way too complicated, and I left that out of my motion. But as Commissioner Wisenhunt mentioned, I woke up in the night thinking about this issue, by the way, and I had that very thought about how to, I've struggled with it also. I've struggled with it
I can
totally.
too.
Mr. Chair, can I just provide one point of clarification, just for information purposes? On April 14th, our grants administrator sent an email to community organizations and did indicate that they were in staff review. They had, that staff recommended, didn't recommend. But in bold, it states these recommendations are not final and are subject to revision by the Board of Commissioners during the budget adoption process. I just feel like I want to be clear that on staff side, we have not stated any commitments, guarantees. I am certainly supportive of whatever the board wants to do, so I'm not negating that, but I do want to be clear on the staff communication to community organizations.
I hear you. I'm just saying how I know that was received.
Mr. Chairman, can I state my views?
Please.
I'm not going to support the motion, but I had a mark last night, and out of all of the Miss Manager's papers, the clerk let me borrow this when I had it marked, and somehow got them mixed up, so hadn't been able to find it. But anyway, it's probably 3 or 4 in there that I would give some support to. They're to do with elderly, probably some underprivileged and that kind of thing. And one of the things, but it's what I'm going to do with how I'm going to decide on the budget in the end, I don't know. I will say this, I think about it quite a lot when people state their views on all kinds of things. And in regard to the people that's down on their luck for whatever the reason may be, all of us, it's maybe not down on our luck too bad. We ought to be thankful that we're not in a place to where some of the people are. I've been down to I wished I'd have written it down, but I never did. At the time, I didn't really think about it. It's when I was a young guy, about 18 years old, 19. And I was down, I know it was below $100, but I don't remember exactly what it was. I should have wrote that down. What I was worried about then was trying to get past 100, trying to improve myself a little bit. So I know what it's like to be there all the way down to the bottom. So that's it.
Any other discussion?
I do have a couple of points about understanding the anxieties that come with trying to make sure that we are good stewards over hard-working citizens who put into this county. And so, you know, as I have spoken with Vice Chair Wisenhunt about, you know, my issues with special appropriations when we have not per se, for instance, provided all that we can for county services. So I do know that there is at least one class of our employees that may not be at a competitive rate according to what they do and across how all other folks are paid across the state. That concerns me that as county commissioners who, you know, authorized to help oversee this county, that some of our employees are not paid at a competitive rate. But we're going to give out special appropriations. And so that makes me stay up at night because I'm like, what does that say to the people who work in this building and come every day to make sure that this county operates efficiently, effectively? And so, you know, that's one of the issues that I absolutely have around, you know, special appropriations. I will put on the record that, you know, my issue with special appropriations is not one that I am against giving out grants to organizations that provide, you know, some essential services, help us as a county, this community to do good, as I think Commissioner Linville talked about. A lot of us have gone through experiences where different organizations helped us to get to where we are. I just think that the community understanding that the funds may not always be here for a multitude of reasons. And right now, I think everyone in probably the whole wide world know that Shea Woodbury is very concerned about public school education. And although we don't know the bottom number of what the school district need, we know they need something. And, you know, this 1.5 or something million that's being suggested to go to special appropriations, I guarantee you that the school system needs this money to move forward in the next fiscal year 2026. And so obviously, I would prioritize any of these funds that's going to special appropriations, AKA community grants, to go to public school education so that we can continue to live in a community where any of this is really possible, right? Because if you don't have a tax base, which definitely is heavily influenced by what? Great schools. That's like one of the top 3 questions any company, any family will ask you before coming to stay in a county. So, we're putting the cart before the horse in that regard. And I'm saying if you're going to raise taxes for any reasons, public school system is the return on the dollar. Now, this is a unique situation where, people are frustrated with this situation with our school system, but there could be a multitude of reasons that put a school district in a situation where there needs to be some support from the county government. Hopefully, this will not happen again. So I think that opening up the opportunity to provide support for, again, senior services and maybe a couple of others, I don't know what that is for me, at least gives us an opportunity to not shut the door on the entire process. And I'm willing to, work with the other commissioners to, not shut down the process. And I agree to some extent that some of these organizations at least have the perception. You see what you want to see, and I'm sure no one saw in bold, this is not guaranteed. You just saw you have been chosen. You have won $1 million. No one reached the fine claim about, but you have to pay back $999,000. You just get $1. No, so we just have to be sensitive, and I think, at least allowing the county manager to reinstate special appropriations give a sense of, we are trying to be understanding with our community, and we'll do the best that we can do to provide, some relief. But again, for me, the priority is about public school education if we're going to do any tax rate increases.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to put this in perspective. The cap that this motion would utilize has $0 increase over last year's budget. 0. We will have succeeded in capping the growth in community grants at a very minute fraction of the overall budget. But zeroing out every grant that was originally recommended by staff after a solid analysis process would include these kinds of human impacts. It would throw 300 shut-in seniors immediately off guaranteed Meals on Wheels services by reducing the funding that Senior Services has available for that. It would impact dozens of veterans that seek services through Harry Veterans Community Outreach. It would impact dozens of, or perhaps hundreds of other seniors who routinely get services through the Shepherd Centers in Greater Winston-Salem and in Kernersville. These are immediate, real human impacts that I consider to be things that I'm not personally willing to vote for, which is why I support this motion.
Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Did I hear 5-2? Heard. All right. Motion carries. Now, I think the issue has been raised about, with that cap, which ones of the should be included in the recommendations. I've heard some disagreements with the staff recommendation. We could certainly, in the past, when this has been a part of the budget, we have typically taken some recesses and actually had some individual conversations about this list and then returned. In the past, we've had multiple versions of the list actually to go through. I don't know if we can avoid that or not, but I'd like to suggest that we take a recess for maybe a total of what's a reasonable period of time.
Hour and a half?
I'd be more towards the hour kind of thing. So if
And
we can take.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just a reminder, I know you've all heard this many times, but I just want to remind you all of the statute 14-234.3, which forbids any of you who serve on a board of a nonprofit for discussing funding for that nonprofit or voting on that. And so if there is such an entity, you should not discuss that. And what we would need to do is we would need to have a list of whatever nonprofits you want to support with a community grant. That would be the ones with no conflicts, and then we could do amendments to add on any that have conflicts. And the commissioner who's conflicted out would recuse him or herself. And that's the way we've done it in the past. I just wanted to remind you all of that.
Thanks for reminding us, Sherry.
In your folders, we provided another worksheet for you, and if there's any information that myself or Kyle or any staff can provide, just let us know.
All righty. So we will adjourn. Let's aim for 11:30. Okay? Good, thank you. We are back in session, and you, I think Chantel has just passed out a revised list. I can give you a real quick summary of that list. It's essentially everything that the Grants Committee recommended with a few exceptions. And the exceptions you will see is that Second Harvest Food Bank's grant for $100,000 is not included. Winston-Salem State University's request for recommendation of $32,386.48 is not included. And the Virtuous Women, get this correctly, Virtuous Women in Sisterhood grant is actually reduced by 10 to a total of 5. The additions that were not included in the list, there is $75,000 for NC Rush, $5,000 for Memorial Industrial CDC, $15,000 for River Run, and $15,000 for Neighborhood Hands. The result of that is a reduction of $32,388 from the original, the not to exceed $1,849,200. That leaves that amount includes an amount for Callidium that was recommended by the committee. I am on that committee and cannot vote on that. So with that removed, the actual motion to approve the grants would be $1,581,812, $1,581,812, and then we would consider a motion after that, assuming it were to pass, to consider Callidium's request, and at which time I would recluse myself, recluse myself, I think is the proper word.
Mr. Chairman, can we check the math on that?
Yes, which thing?
It's if I'm reading correctly, is it $1,816,812?
Yep.
Okay, minus 225,000?
Yes, is $1,581,812.
Okay, I get $1,591,812.
Yes, it is. You're right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. $1,591,812, which will be, hang on. Wait a second. Sorry. Yeah, should have been $1 million. I had 806 instead of 816. Got it. Okay. With that said, I'd be happy to make a motion that we approve the $1,591,812 and see if there's a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner McDaniel. Discussion. Questions?
I would just like to reiterate some of the concerns that I know I at least have as a commissioner regarding funding, special appropriations in light of very pressing needs with our local school system. Also, I take very seriously the concerns that our vice chair had around, we have asked so many of our departments to cut what is needed ideally in their departments so that we could, start to improve and strengthen our fund balance for the health of the county. And although I understand that a letter was sent out to some of or most of these organizations in saying that you would be recommended for grant supports, obviously you see that there were a few added that did not get the letter because we're back at the wheel and deal, which, you know, it is what it is. I'm not judging that. I just want to be authentically transparent with the citizens because it's your dollars, right? So there was a recommendation from staff around funding, and then again, as commissioners, we decided to do what, you know, we wanted to do. And again, that's, you know, why you elected us. So it's, you know, relevant in that way. But I would, you know, lastly like to point out, because the chair said something about, and this relates to all of this, is, you know, for us trying to create a stronger fund balance, a stronger financial scenario for this county. So the fund balance issue was brought up by the chair, and I'm glad he, you know, alluded to the point around what is not because, you know, we have bad budget practices, and I wasn't trying to say that per se. I was just saying that we have done some things that we have to, you know, reconsider as relates to balancing our budget and how we, you know, leveraged our fund balance. And so one of the things that we did do was, of course, keep down the tax rate. But when I look at, you know, our county manager's intro letter to this year's budget, there was also PAYGO capital project funds that was used as from our fund balance. So there were multiple things done as it relates to trying to keep down the tax rate. And some of those things, I think now we realize getting rid of PAYGO is, you know, a practice that, you know, definitely we need to, you know, be more mindful of. So I just wanted to, you know, put on the record that our fund balance, you know, was not just about keeping down the, you know, low taxes, but also paying for projects. I think one time it was known as bells and whistles. So, you know, I think we should be very transparent about the whole story and not just part of it.
Any other comments?
I'll just have one. Some of it will be a repeat, but I will not support this, which is no surprise to anybody. I was ready. I could have, the first workshop, made a motion to approve the recommended budget, because it's been a long time since I've seen anybody spend as much time on a budget as our manager has. And I know it's her first budget. And it does have a tax increase in it, but I wholeheartedly support her budget. And she spent so much time, our department spent so much time. I said to you all that the departments had made cuts. Our departments cut $7 million. I just do not understand why these projects, these nonprofits cannot suffer a bit also, because our county is suffering, and they did the cuts, and they were not easy. So I don't want to. To me, it's an insult to what they did for us to add this, and I appreciate what they did, and I appreciate what the folks did making recommendations. You all did exactly what the county asked you to do, the commissioners. So I just cannot, there's just no way I can support this, and it will add to the tax increase. So that's why I will be voting against this.
Any other comments?
What we're voting on right now is these grant projects,
Correct.
and that's all.
And the
Yes,
tax increase.
Yes, and it includes a 0.28 cent tax
But
increase.
it's not the whole budget, it's just this.
Just this. Correct.
Okay, and you're going to fund it with a tax, additional tax.
0.28 cents. Yes. Now, any further discussion?
Chairman, could you confirm one more time the difference in the original amount and the amount that we are getting ready to conclude, please?
Yes, would you like for me just to repeat the changes?
Just the amount.
The amount that's included in this proposal, this motion, is $1,591,812.
Which was a reduction of the original up to amount?
Yes. We're not including a potential vote on Caladium, but it is less from the original amount. And I'm sorry, I didn't calculate. Hang on 1 second. It's 32,388 less
Okay, thank you.
than the original up to amount.
But none of it was in the recommended budget.
Correct. All righty.
I just have one thing, because I wanted to be clear and on the record that initially I did support keeping the door open for consideration of some of the projects. Of course, it's a lot that's there, and at this point, because we're still trying to get information from the school district around whether there is any consideration for any additional tax increase. I'm going to reserve a tax increase to support public school, and so I won't be able to support this vote right now. So I just wanted to make sure that was understood.
Okay, and I'll make one comment. I just mentioned that I worked from the list that divides the grants into the 5 sort of basic areas of service, and the totals have changed slightly, but we're talking about safety issues, health issues, education issues, economic opportunity issues, and cultural issues. And the review by the county staff actually made sure that the dollars were going for the things that basically we as a county do. So these are not grant proposals that are like for some random something. They're for proposals that are going to address one of those 5 areas. And I think those are important things, and we certainly, heard a lot from the community on our hearing about that. I know I've received a lot of emails about it that suggest a lot of work. In fact, way more emails than I've received about any part of a tax increase. So these are not frivolous, random things that are out there. And in fact, our staff plans in our current new setup, there'll be eyes-on visits to the agencies involved, and that they're doing the things that they're saying they're doing. And we're getting financial reports from them. There is oversight, and a lot of those are things that have developed over time with requests from this board. Now, I think for the future, that opens the door again to consider again, and I think we ought to do a better job removing this process somewhat. And I think that I thought we did it, I thought we had it done last year, but we failed on that. So we need to continue some work on that. So unless there's anything else, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those opposed?
No.
So motion carries 4-3. Madam Clerk, you have the vote. All righty. Okay. Is there a second motion?
Yes, Chairman, I don't mind carrying the Caladium. I carried Caladium when we start to build this museum many, many years ago. It's in my district. And I appreciate Elizabeth, the executive director, Elizabeth Dapper's work with the Title I schools and Museums for All. Yesterday, Chairman Martin and Commissioner Bessie and I had an opportunity to sit in the community appearance award ceremony, and the Callidium was awarded by our mayor of the city of Winston-Salem, Mayor Alan Joines. So it gives me great pleasure to make this motion today to add the Callidium to our community grants.
Motion made by Commissioner McDaniel, second by Commissioner Bessie. Any discussion?
I would like to, maybe someone can confirm the rationale behind the $225,000 request to continue some of the programming. I think that what was said by the representative from Callidium when we had the community budget hearing. And, you know, what I would say is that, you know, in these times, I think that leveraging some of the public school system assets around programming could probably, you know, try to help decrease some of the need from the county with, you know, some collaborative grant writing efforts with not just the school system, but other entities that's, you know, focused on increasing science or STEM is a major attractive issue for a lot of grant funders. So I think that programming is good, but I think that there are more ways to get funding, especially the kind of depth that Callidium has around bringing science to our community. So I would encourage them to do, you know, some grant writing to upfit the need for programming in collaboration with our school district and other entities, especially my last point, with some of the colleges and universities that's absolutely in that space trying to get grants to promote STEM.
Go ahead.
As I understand it, the funding that's included in this recommended motion is exclusively going to support the free visits for field trips from Title I schools and the free access to the public for folks who can't afford the tickets to get in.
So Commissioner Bessie, to be more specific, in our budget book on page 283, yes, sir, it is for sponsoring free admission to all Winston-Salem Forsyth County students here in our area, along with programming for Title I school visits. They also raise an additional $950,000 at large in their annual support every year. So this, again, from the county would continue to help them with that particular work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would ask that, would you include the amount of money in your motion?
Sure. And the amount that we are suggesting is $225,000. Thank you.
And it was not in the recommended budget.
It was in the grant, but the grant funds budget.
It was not in the manager's recommended budget.
Thank you for the
correct.
specifics, yes, the manager's budget, but it was in the community grant review from the committee.
Yes, and again, the manager's recommendation zeroed out all community grants.
Correct.
Yes.
Any further discussion? I will be recusing myself from voting, so I'd like to ask all in favor to please say aye. Aye. And those opposed?
Aye.
So the motion fails with a tie vote. All righty. Now, the next question is, there other things that the Commissioner would like for the staff to review particularly any of the items included in our folder surrounding overtime and/or utilities. I may have
And
one.
it's just follow-up items. I think you all had asked for a breakdown of overtime, so you have a sheet in your folder that shows you actuals versus the requested and recommended, and then a breakdown of utilities.
Comment, go ahead.
Staff had prepared at my request a review of what the commissioners' salary how they would change, and it's a modest savings, but if, for example, the commission declined to take a salary increase this year, it would add up to $7,000 or $8,000, as I recall. But if you can have that information available for the discussion, thank you.
So Commissioner Bessie had asked about if the board chose to not take a salary increase, what would that look like? And so currently, the chair receives $33,150, vice chair receives $30,784, and the remaining board members receive $28,444. That's all in your budget ordinance. The recommended budget would increase everyone by the average merit, which is 4.37%. And so that right. So then you could decide as a board whether or not you wanted to include that or not in the recommendation. But as part of our normal process, that's what we would typically do for the commissioners. That percentage increase would also be for the Register of Deeds and the sheriff, so for all elected officials.
And the school board.
The school board, and their amount is, they have a percentage of that amount,
Of the commissioner.
75% of whatever the commissioners. Thank you, Gordon.
Right.
So Commissioner Bessie, if that's a motion, I would like to second that.
I didn't know that we were making additional motions today.
Well, you could. I mean, but it is an action, it's an action possible meeting, and you could make that motion.
Sure, I'll make the motion that the commission declined to accept salary increases this year. Sort of our at least symbolic contribution to finding cuts.
And I
Motion
would
by
second.
Commissioner Bessie,
I second.
second by Commissioner McDaniel. Any discussion of that? The only discussion I'd have is, again, what is the savings amount from that?
I do not have it totaled out, but I can do that really quickly.
And just so everyone's clear, I want to make sure, the manager mentioned several different categories. Would you want that to apply to just the Board of Commissioners or to the Board of Commissioners and also the Board of Education?
My motion applies just to the Board of Commissioners. If someone wants to make a separate motion regarding the others, we could consider that separate.
Well, it automatically would impact the school board members because the 75% of our stipend, whatever, would be the same, would remain the same for them too.
Correct.
If we're talking about hard choices, these are some of the choices that we're going to have to make, and it should start with us first.
Well, I'll make my statement too. That's, it's just a symbolic thing. I'm not going to support that. With all of the, I'll just leave it at that because I won't stop at that. I'll just think, I just will stop. But I'm just not going to support it.
All right. Any other discussion?
Have you come up with the total?
My
Okay, wait
total's
until we get the
right
total.
around, well, it's $9,010 on salary, and then there's another fringe part, which would probably be, just on the taxes, would be about another almost $700, so $9,700 is what I've...
That'll be something that can be used in the next campaign when it comes up, and when whether the reporter and someone that spoke here the other night, I don't know whether hopefully I'm going to make it 4 more years just to let everybody know I'm started, because I still have a bunch of signs left and I'm not throwing them away.
So is $9,700 the projected savings from doing the what?
Yeah, just by not accepting, not increasing the compensation, it's $9,010 on just salaries and,
Per person or
no,
collectively?
total, collectively,
Oh.
yeah.
And Kyle, does that include the Board of Education?
No, this is just the Board of Commissioners. We don't
pay the Board of Education. The budget ordinance just says whatever the amount the commissioners make, so whatever they decide to do for themselves, the Board of Education would receive 75% of that.
In other words, they pay from their budget. All righty. If no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
One no. Motion carries. I do have a question on this overtime list. Speaking of just looking at the pattern from basically of actuals, we have actuals up to 25, adopted, amended. Whoa. So it looks like the actuals in overtime it looks like it was overspent by $5 million and almost 100,000. Am I reading that right? The amended FY25 budget for the total overtime is $2,731,064. The FY25 actuals anticipated for June 30th, $7,893,075.
That is correct. Because most of these departments historically have not actually received realistic overtime budgets, and so we've been relying on trying to offset it with salary savings. And so what we tried to do this year was increase overtime as best we could. I mean, some still do not get everything that they've asked for, and we're going to have to monitor very, very closely, but then also incorporating vacancy savings in the budget as well.
Yeah, in fact, I misread because there actually is a FY25 estimate, which actually is $8,980,000, which is $6,200,000 almost more.
Correct.
That's a huge amount.
Correct.
And I guess I really have the question, clearly there's been some correction in the in your budget, FY26 of $5,676,000. No, it's actually $5,515,000. Recommended $5,515,000. We think, it appears there's some inherent overtime built into particularly emergency services in the sheriff's office. And why do we think that's going to be $3 million less?
So on emergency services, they are doing a better job filling their vacancies. So hopefully, I mean, the thought is that if they are able to improve vacancies, then the need for overtime will reduce. But between the two, hopefully we can still balance it out. So if for some reason vacancies don't improve, then we still have vacancy savings that can kind of help to offset that a little bit. And we'll do certainly we need to monitor more closely all things overtime, but we will put tracking systems in there. Sheriff's office, of course, is a little bit more of a challenge, but I have had conversations with the sheriff. I am hopeful that they will work with us more on really trying to better maintain the recommended amount. I mean, they requested 2.8, the recommendation's 2.7. Their vacancies have also improved. And so again, the thought is if vacancies are improving, then the need for overtime should decrease. So there's no doubt that it is going to be a challenge, but usually within the personal services overall budget, even though overtime is over for this year, the personal services is still not over, if that makes sense. So we're still within budget. It's just that these overtime numbers are very high.
it seems like you mentioned the other day that there is, in fact, you never answered the specific question, which is the difference between what you're actually budgeting back some salary slippage in the budget. So if the increase in overtime, the implication is, let's just say we got no better in filling vacancies. Assuming that that stayed constant, then the vacancies we have, some portion of that is budgeted back for, as a kind of revenue size accounted for, then that does not, I'm assuming it would not or unlikely be sufficient to cover another 88,900,000, which would be another 370 something, $3 million. That'd be another problem if that doesn't work. It just seems to me that's a real hard thing to get a handle on. And I didn't realize it was that bad. I knew I'd heard some of the numbers. I appreciate the full, because this includes every department, everybody. And that's a little eye-opening, that part.
We have to get control over overtime. It is going to be a challenge, I'm not going to lie, but we have to get control over overtime.
Maybe while we've had a lot of discussion today about monitoring expenses, maybe we need to monitor monthly our overtime expenses after every month and get some kind of, see how that's going. $3 million over budgets would strike me as a.
But keep in mind, I agree, but I mean, like the sheriff's office, their overtime budget has been $900,000. I mean, that's not realistic, which is why they've consistently been over. I mean, even FY24, their actual was $5 million. Now, that is also not okay. $5 million is excessive, but what we tried to do was right-size the budget to a more realistic number that then that it's a real number they can track, monitor, and they know that it's not just this unrealistic amount.
Wow. Any other comments on overtime? Did you want to say something about that? Go ahead, a new topic.
The sheriff was advocating for an addition to his staff from the recommended budget of four additional patrol officers? No, actually, the courthouse was recommended by staff. What was not recommended by staff was 4 additional patrol officers. There was some exploration of their staffing, and as I understand it, how many sworn officers does he have on the community outreach?
3.
3?
Yes.
Would he have the authority to shift one or more of those positions to patrol?
Absolutely. He shifts his staff every day. Yes.
All right. It occurred to me as a source of possible help on his patrol concerns.
Good. I was just looking at the other item that you gave us. Obviously, the gasoline part has been very, very good. It's very steady, and actually less than FY22. Maybe FY22, middle of COVID, we were driving more places because we couldn't get people. People wouldn't come out, perhaps. I don't know. Those are interesting. A little surprised at the increase in water rates over that water sewer. Whoa. And so we're thinking if the estimate for FY25 in water and sewer is 912,992, then if our budget request is 869, what makes us think that our water and sewer usage is going to go down next year?
Part of that is there is a kind of a flip-flop where if you look at public health's estimate is 129,000. It should be the 11,000 that is showing in electricity, and then the 129,000 in water sewer should actually be up in the electricity one. So they're really just transposed. So really, our estimate for water sewer is 110,000 less, so it's really right around 800,000 is what our estimate is for. We just noticed that today. So I apologize for the confusion, but if you look at the electricity section on the estimate for public health, the estimate is 11,000. And that should be 129,000. And then the estimate for water sewer, instead of 129, should be 11,000. So they were transposed when the department put it in. They kind of roll up together, and so we didn't catch it there, but that's what it is. They're much more in line than what it looks like.
Yeah, well, at least that answers that question. Okay. Any other questions about the budget, and where I'm leading is, do we need another additional session on Monday? That's the question.
I don't think so.
Anybody else have any feelings one way or the other? We will have nothing to report in school matters. Good, everybody good with no Monday session? All righty, so we will cancel our budget work session on Monday. And that leaves us, okay, I think the only thing we have now is a closed session on personnel. Just tell me the motion and proper motion.
Thank you. I need to ask the board to consider a motion to go into closed session to discuss a matter to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee pursuant to the provisions of North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6. And since there's no other business to come before the board at this meeting, following the closed session, the meeting will be adjourned.
I make that motion. Second? Second by Vice Chair Wizenhut. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. We will adjourn after